Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Mayor. Hello, Money. Hello, Ivanovish. How are we all doing today? Welcome in, everybody. Hope everyone has had a good day, good evening, a good weekend. Whether or not the weekend is still going for you or it is over. It is well over for me, and I am home from work on the Monday afternoon. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing all right. I had an all right weekend. I decorated an eater bag. I think I put it in show and tell. I think. You might see it on stream. You will. Okay, I just checked. I just checked. Happy Tuesday, Bob. Hello, how you doing? Touching on my weekend like my life depends on it. Fair enough, Arcane. Hello, hello. How are you? Mum had surgery, so she wanted to relax here. That is fair enough. That is fair enough. I hope you had a... I hope she's relaxing well. I missed my bus home from work. Oh no! But my coworker drove me home. W coworker. That's very nice of them. What happened to me this weekend? Really not much. I played a Dead by Daylight on my own for the first time in several months, probably over a year at this point. And I had a pretty good time. I played the 2v8 event, which was really interesting. And I'm not that bad at Dead by Daylight. It turns out my problem with Dead by Daylight is when I play with people in other places, and then I have really high ping. Turns out that is genuinely a skill nerf for me. Hey, Ryfel, how you doing? Sonic fan. 23 months. Damn, we really are close to two years. Thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it so much. My weekend has not been amazing. I was supposed to be at a concert, but my friends cancelled and I don't want to drive an hour there and back by myself. Oh, Bob, I'm so sorry. Bob, I am so sorry, dude. That is so unlucky. That is so unfortunate. And yeah, I wouldn't do that either. As someone who doesn't often go to things by myself, especially not concerts, especially if you're traveling that far, I couldn't do that at all. So I understand you completely. But I'm sorry. Sounds like it would have been a really good time, so it is definitely a bummer when you end up missing out on something. Hey, G Charizard. How are you? How are you? The reason I'm not crashing out is I'm telling myself this is good because I have a test tomorrow. That is fair. That is absolutely fair. What's the word? I've basically kind of vowed it to myself that whenever like there's something really important the next day, or what's it called? It's no, it's not called that. It's called something else. My brain is frozen. I don't do things on weekdays, is what I'm trying to say. I don't do things on weekdays for this exact reason, because I'm like, I like my routine. I like my routine on weekdays, so I don't want to do things on weeknights so that I screw them up. Don't like to drive 2 minutes. Oh my goodness, Atare. Hello. Welcome in, man. Don't like to drive the 2 minutes to the grocery store, let alone that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like to drive at all. I don't drive at all. I would rather never drive. I'll probably learn to drive at some point, but not quite yet. My weekend's been extended involuntarily this week. Got laid off temporarily, but I get unemployed. What do you mean temporarily? Have you got like a new job coming up? Like, is that it lined up Is that what you mean by like the temporarily thing? It's a DBT skill called Wise Mind. I didn't know that. I've learned about Wise Mind in therapy, but my therapist doesn't tell me like what therapy techniques. Like she doesn't tell me if I'm doing CBT or DBT or anything like that. Probably because she just does a mesh of a lot of things, but I have heard about and used Wise Mind quite a bit. You opened a $40 card from Magic the Gathering? That's cool as hell. I'm not as great. I opened a $15 card in Pokemon today. I got a second half of my Pokemon card present. And I got a stamped Darmanitan, I think is what it's called, from the Journey Together Build and Battle. Atari's not doing well, I think. Atari is surviving. That was me. It's May right now, obviously, and I'm very optimistic about May because April was shit. April was bad. My birthday was like the only good part of it. So my brain was like, just survive April and you're through. And today, my first day back at work, like in May, I was like, just let me have the most normal week of all time, please. Just let me have a normal shift. Don't make anything go wrong. And guess what? It was normal. Today was normal. And I'm hoping that it just continues to be normal because, oh my goodness, I really need it. Hey, Sean, welcome in. I can drive, I just don't. Yeah, fair. I think if I do learn to drive, I won't be like, I won't do it a lot. Hey, Ma, thank you for the look. I hope you are doing well. It's factory work, so the city is shut down for the week. I'll be going back to work next Monday. Oh, okay. I see. I got it now. I understand. Keep seeing Pokemon opening videos and I have to convince myself I don't need them. That's very fair. I have a little bit of disposable income at the moment, so I do buy Pokemon cards and stuff like that. But really, it's only something to it's an interesting hobby to get into because it can be a lot of like overconsumption and stuff like that. And I try, even though I am a Pokemon fan and Pokemon TCG collecting fan, I'm definitely not, I'm trying really hard to not overconsume, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. But the way that I try to not overconsume when it comes to Pokemon cards is I only try and buy one item at a time. Like I won't buy a gazillion ETBs. I will like I've pre-ordered one Chaos Rising booster bundle, and that's it. I'm like that's all I'm doing. I also don't like buying ETBs because ETBs are great. They are cool. They come in amazing packaging that you can keep and collect. However, when you open the ETB, there's so much bullshit inside that I am never going to use, and it's literally just plastic. And I'm like, great, it's a waste that I have this. So I feel bad. So I try to buy products that strictly only have cards in them and not other stuff like the damage counters and stuff like that. I try to keep it to, I will literally just buy stuff that holds the cards. I don't need anything else. And also just knowing what I want. Sometimes it's better to just buy the single cards. Just find what you like and order those. And it's also probably a lot more cost effective than, you know, gambling, which is essentially what ripping Pokemon packs is. I like driving, but here in Mexico, driving is chaotic. What's it like? What are like? I know that there are some places that like the driving rules are so nothing, but there are other ones where it's like stricter. Like, what are the driving rules and laws? Like, are the streets very busy? Are the streets very like developed where you are or big? I don't know much about Mexico. I'm gonna be so real. I'm so uninformed about the rest of the world. Currently multitasking, vibing in here and playing games with another mate. We're playing a much older format, so wins and losses have been all over the place. That sounds fun, though. That sounds like a fun little extra challenge. So I like that. I'm glad you're enjoying it. To get a license, you just sign a document saying you know how to drive. Now that's wild, because we have to do tests. We have to do tests where another person signs off that we know how to drive. Got to buy you something on Steam for your birthday. Unreally questionable. Would you open to another Sonic game? Maybe. Like, Sonic is cool, but I can't ever see myself being like a hardcore Sonic fan. Like, I don't think I have any Sonic games wishlisted on Steam, but don't feel any pressure to buy me something either. And that goes for everyone else. You know, when it comes to the subs and the donations and stuff like that, do not feel pressured at all. This is not like my only source of income. It is my hobby above anything else. You do not have to do anything for me. You can just watch and hopefully enjoy. I've been working on a pixel art animation. Ooh, that'll be fun to see when you're done. Streets are busy. Everyone is in a rush. You are always really close to other cars. There's a lot of traffic. A lot of people don't use turn signals. And the public transport drivers are bad drivers. Oh, geez. And people only kind of follow the rules. That does indeed sound super stressful. That does indeed sound super stressful. I'm glad that at least where I live, the public transport isn't shit. I'm sure there's places with better public transport out there, but it's all right. I think our public transport is okay. What? Cancel? What? OBS just tried to close and it said, but what? I didn't press anything that asked OBS to close. Why does it want to die? OBS, no. Happy Star Wars Day, yes. Happy May the 4th to anyone in which it is May the 4th right now. And happy May the 4th tomorrow to anyone whose May the 4th is tomorrow. I said that absolutely terribly. Hoping for a good May because my dad decided I need to find a housemate. Since he's now living at his girlfriend's house and I don't find someone by the end of May, he's gonna grab the first person he finds. Oh, that's rough. At least he's giving you some time to decide. Oh, jeez. Well, good luck with that. I hope you are able to find someone who is nice and like-minded and compatible with you. Public transport is non-existent and it makes me sad. If you are comfortable with sharing, Ryfel, may I ask what country you live in? You don't have to go any more specific than that. Unless you want to, but don't get that specific. Guys, don't get that specific with with where you guys live. Some people can be easy to find these days and it can be very creepy. So make sure to keep yourselves very safe when it comes to sharing information on the internet. I think I found something in your wish list. Expect a gift soon. Thank you, Sanic. You are so kind. USA? Okay. The USA Yeah, it's a big country. Yeah, USA is definitely large. Definitely large enough to that saying USA is not going to really do that much to you. My current location is planet Earth. Oh my goodness. What a coincidence. Me too. If it's so big, you can say what state you're in and probably be fine. It probably depends on the state, because I'm sure some states are significantly smaller than others. But yeah, USA in general is probably incredibly safe. But yeah, I feel like the USA state by state is so disparate in how it's run. Like, some places do have public transport and it's easy to get around, and then in other places there's nothing. You literally can't do anything. And I think that's really interesting. Sanic, thank you! Yeah, I guess Rhode Islanders should tell us. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Sanic, thank you. I just got the email. Sanic, thank you for gifting me one shot. I appreciate that so much. I will definitely be playing this on stream at some point. I don't know when, but I will definitely get around to it because I have a few games lined up for what I want to play next on stream. My next mystery game will be Blueprints. My next non-mystery game will be BioShock Infinite, because I feel like it's been long enough since I finished BioShock 2, and I want to go to the next one. Heard good things about that game. I saw it in your list, so I just grabbed it for you. Hope you had a good birthday, by the way. I had a great birthday. Thank you. I had a very, very chill birthday. I didn't organize anything amazing or really exciting because, first of all, my birthday was on a Wednesday. And all of my friends are in their mid to late 20s and have jobs. So getting everyone together on a Wednesday doesn't happen. It doesn't happen ever. So I got to do some D&D with some online friends instead. And then my mum and I baked some vanilla cupcakes, which we are still going through to this day. And they're very nice. They're very good, if I do say so myself. I love trying to schedule stuff with my adult friends. Same. My larger IRL friend group, because I have a smaller IRL friend group that I play D&D with every Saturday, except it didn't happen last Saturday because someone was out of town and another person was sick. But our larger friend group, we tried to organize something for Christmas. We couldn't. We have still not gotten together. It is May. We were like, oh, we'll postpone the Christmas thing. We'll do it in the new year. We are now almost halfway through the year, and it has not happened yet. You're offered $17.6 billion to peel and eat an entire orange. The orange and an orange peeler are provided for you. If you're having trouble peeling the orange, someone can do it for you. Also, you don't have to eat it if you aren't hungry. What do you do? I don't like oranges. So probably no. I would probably have to turn that down. Hey, Cass, did I say hi to you, Cass? Hi, Cass. How you doing? My bad. I hope you're doing well. I think you kind of blended in because you and Atari are the almost identical shades of orange on my screen right now. So I lost you a little bit there. Oh, it's a trick question because there's no such thing as an orange peeler. See, I don't eat oranges. So I fell for it in the fact that I rejected the offer. I did reject the offer because I don't like oranges. 17 billion. Listen, it's unstoppable force versus immovable object. Like, money, motivation, billions of dollars versus an autistic person with the ick. Like, can't do it. Maybe I'd say, well, no, I wouldn't say yes, because now I know that it's a trick question. But I didn't know that it was a trick question because I don't eat oranges, so I didn't know that orange peelers didn't exist. So the lesson of today is I'm a fool. I think. That's all. I'm a fool. I do love money with the money emote. It's very money squared, money cubed with that, the name and the emote. Let's play a word game. I nearly clicked raid channel. What is that for? That's not... Let's not raid anyone just yet. Listen, we'll raid someone at some point, but it won't be yet. We haven't even gotten to the meat of the stream yet. We haven't even gotten to the mystery of the Mystery Monday. Hello? All right, let me get to the stream manager. There we go. All right. Word game. I spelled game with an N, and I spelled word with an I. 0% correct spelling rate currently. Contexto, Squirtle, words on stream. There we go. Big three. Big three. Well, more like big two, small one. Because Squirtle does not go for as long as the other two. And Contexto is up in the air because Contexto can occasionally take 30 seconds, but it can also occasionally take several years. Oh my goodness, I haven't even looked at show and tell yet. Oh my goodness, sorry chat, I forgot about show and tell. We'll do the show and tell while the votes come in. Oh my goodness, it's a bit of a close race. All right. Show and tell. I can't believe I nearly forgot. My bad. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. Okay, first of all, Sean has some music released called Losing Time. Let me accept necessary only. I'm interested. Oh, let me open up the browser. Okay, Contexto 1, so we will get to Contexto after this. I want to listen. Can I listen?
I keep getting nowhere, looking for the answer, finding there's no rules, and I'm losing time.
Get your dances on, chat. Get your wiggles, get your dino dances.
In a deep confusion,
Ooh.
chasing my illusions.
I like that little...
Wasted time,
Whatever that instrument is. I like it.
and I'm losing time,
It's scratching my brain.
losing time. And I'm losing time.
This is lovely.
Whispers in the silence, echoes of the unknown.
I've never used Bandcamp before. I really should. Because Bandcamp is like one of, if not the most ethical way to listen to music online.
And the falling light, twilight of my fears, soulless in the night.
Your voice is also lovely, by the way. Sean, if you're still here, that is.
And I'm losing time, and I'm losing time. And I'm losing time, and
losing time. Oh. Sang along and already got it wrong. Electric guitar, bass, drums, and acoustic guitars were harmed in the making of this song. Oh no. Do you play all of those instruments, Sean? Turn it down a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Just a smidgen. Wait, I'm reading down here. You wrote it in 2011. Wow. You've been sitting on this for years. Here we go. For the answers. No, I won't sing over the top. I like this a lot. I wish I could comment more on the song production and the instrumentals. You know, the technical side of things. However, I'm not... I have absolutely no experience in that. Most of them I didn't for this song. That's all right. But that's so cool. I think people learning instruments is so impressive. I think learning an instrument would be so difficult for me because I am not at all dexterous. Is it fine motor skills where it's like your fingers, like being able to move your fingers in very like a technical way? Like I don't have that sort of skill. I struggled with knitting when I learned knitting. I failed to learn crochet. Even yesterday when I decorated my eater bag, even that was a little bit finicky and I was getting super frustrated with it because it just feels like sometimes my fingers can't do quite what I want them to. And it sucks. But I really liked that song, and Atare, as an official music person, agrees. And I like the lyrics. I feel like I can relate to this a lot. Because I feel like I suffer a lot from executive dysfunction, and this kind of feels like the executive dysfunction song. You know, like wanting to do things, wanting to get somewhere, get things done, and not being able to. Just getting stuck. I feel like I've lost/wasted a whole lot of time in my life just doing things that either aren't important or aren't enjoyable, or both. And yeah, I feel this a lot. That was a lovely little music break, Sean. Thank you so much. Where are we? Oh yes, this is my eater bag that I made, featuring some fun little things. I got a little plushie pocket at the top. I got a Ditto Pikachu. I got 2 Neko Atsume cats. I got a frog. I don't remember who I got that from. I hesitate to say potentially Mare, but maybe not Mare. And then a Stardew Valley blue chicken that I got from a Stardew Valley blind box years and years and years ago now. And it was like the rarest item that you could get. And I was very blessed to get that. A little strawberry milk squishmallow, a small one, and then various little pins and keychains. We've got Sombra's symbol. We've got a little Hanzo from the Hanzo Goes to Therapy zine. We've got a little Balatro. We've got Nessie from Apex. We've got Turtwig and Grookey. We've got a Chow. We've got Strawberry. We've got Jihan. We've got Jihan from S9, and we've got 3 little pins, little Bandori event pins, which I got in like a group order. A Bandori friend I had at the time was like, I'm gonna order a shit ton of these, like a giant set of these pins, but I don't want all of them. So take your dibs. And I took my dibs on these 3 plus 2 more, and I mailed one to Mare, and I mailed one to another friend of mine, Echo. Because they were both also big Bandori fans at the time. I have a confession. I deleted Bandori last week. I can't believe it. I've been playing practically every day since, 2019? I deleted it last week. Because I realized I don't care anymore. I realize I don't care. Not that I don't care. I realize that it's become a chore. And at the same time, I also deleted Animal Crossing Pocket Camp because I realized I'm playing these games just to get the daily stuff done, and I end up kind of dreading it, doing it at the night, like, oh, but I have to do the daily things. And so I've deleted both of those. Will I re-download them again? Potentially. Potentially. But right now, I just need a break from unnecessary things that I force myself to do every day. Because it just gets exhausting. And I kind of hate how games do that. How they suck you in to keep playing because you get rewards for playing every day. I kind of get super frustrated when video games do that. That's why I quit Genshin. I was like, I've realized Genshin is not fun. It's become something I feel like I have to do. And I just need to get more of those games out of my life. And there's 2 games of those that I still have, and that's TCG Pocket, because TCG Pocket takes like 2 minutes. And what's the word? And Pokemon Go. Those are the only 2 I still play. Because those are still, like, they require less thought, and they're more convenient. They're also Pokemon, so they're harder to let go of. Because special interest and all that. Stop doing solo battles in TCG Pocket. I've started doing solo battles in TCG Pocket again, but that's just to get the rewards. Because I've run out of, what are they called, like the shop tokens to buy hourglasses. To buy hourglasses. That's the only reason why I play them, but it's primarily I just like collecting the cards. I missed something in Show and Tell. Oh, yes! My bad! Yes. Mare showing off the Hayley Kiyoko Gravel to Tempo. Is that like a graphic novel? If so, that's so cool. I'm so excited for the Hayley Kiyoko Renaissance of 2026, for the Girls Like Girls Renaissance of 2026 with the movie. And I need to read the book so bad. I'm so excited for it. Because that was a real... When did the song and original music video come out? What, like 2015? She was a really... She made me proud to be sapphic. I wasn't a lesbian at the time, and I'm also no longer a lesbian now. But it made... She was like the first real sapphic representation I ever knew of. And the first sapphic representation I really resonated with, I'd say, is better. A better way of saying it. And I always love her for that. And I still love a lot of her music. I listen to a lot of her music regularly. The Expectations album is still probably one of my favorite albums to this day. She's just incredible. She's lesbian Jesus for a reason. And I don't know if the movie's gonna come out in Australia, but if it does, I will be seated. My mic arrived. Oh, hell yeah. I got into Pokemon Champions, and as soon as I got to Master Ball, I just went, do I want to keep going on a ceaseless climb? Yeah, I've definitely fallen off of Pokemon Champions a little bit. I think at some point, if I get brave enough to start doing double battles, the interest might come back. But the single battles grind is hard, especially as someone who doesn't have a lot of knowledge. However, I am actually starting to put together a meta team. And I'm excited about that because yesterday I finally recruited Primarina, who is like, I think Primarina is like the second top pick in single battles for Pokemon Champions. I think the top pick is Garchomp and then the second top pick is Primarina. And I'm like, yes, finally! Now I need Sneasler because I hate going up against Sneaslers. So I want a Sneasler for myself to annoy other people. Suffer as I have, Ramatra voice line. Spent like 150 total, got the HyperX Procast, the HyperX audio interface, 2 XLR cables, and an arm. For 150, that's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. I'm glad you got those. That's so cool. We have a shirt that Moth got. You call it autism, I call it having that dog in me. I don't have a lot of meme shirts, but this one's funny. This one's funny, especially considering that so many autism shirts are terrible. Like, let me look this up. Let me look this up. Let me look this up. And show you the hellscape we're in. Look at this shit. Autism awareness, love, support, educate, with the puzzle piece. It's all puzzle pieces. It's all puzzle pieces. That... I would not be surprised if that was AI generated. That looks photoshopped onto the shirt. No puzzle piece. I'll give them that much. Puzzle pieces? Puzzle pieces? And this also isn't about someone with autism, it's about a sibling of someone with autism. Puzzle pieces? Puzzle Autism lives matter. This is bad on so many levels. Why are we co-opting a movement about police brutality against black people? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Why is it always the same weird colors? At least no puzzle pieces. Anyway, yeah, these are all shit. We wear blue? No, the fuck we don't. Like, I'm not misbehaving. I have autism. Please be understanding. Like, no. Autism American flag? Don't show this to RFK. He will kill you. And the stars are puzzle pieces? Oh. This is terrible. Proud autism grandma. That also looks AI generated. It's hell. It's hell. So I'm glad you found one that was actually good. There's another American flag. I hate all of this so much. Autism princess. Oh, this is terrible. This is just so terrible. I hate the puzzle pieces thing. It drives me nuts. I hate that so many of autism symbolism. I hate that so much autistic symbolism comes from campaigns and charities and movements that are actually so anti-autism. Autism is my superpower. No, it's not. I am disabled. Like, I actually talked to my doctor about this a while ago. She was like, how do you feel? Like, how do you call yourself, like, autistic? Like, do you prefer... She was basically asking me what I like calling myself, the language I like to use around my autism. And I say, I prefer to call myself an autistic person as opposed to a person with autism. I also prefer, I also don't mind being called disabled, because in the end, disabled is not a dirty word. It's not a dirty word. It's a descriptor. Autism disables me in several different ways, you know? Ugh. Hate the one where it's like people with autism don't understand sarcasm. Sarcasm is my second language. Explain to me how I'm on the autism spectrum and don't understand sarcasm. It's so... People say such... A lot of people's ideas about autism are so absolute. Autistic people will always be like this. Autistic people will always be like that. Autistic people's communication issues will always look the same. Autistic people's, like, sensory issues will always be the same. They're not. They're not. I don't understand sarcasm all the time. But I understand it a lot of the time. And I'm often quite sarcastic. Sensory-wise, I like bright lights. Sensory-wise, I like bright lights. And I can often, not always, but often stand loud sounds, loud noises. I'm fine with noise. I also, but like I can't, my sensory issues flare up when I'm already agitated by something. I'm like, ugh. I hate, like, if I'm already angry at something and then there's a really loud noise or something starts, I'm like, okay, I'm done. It's over. It's over. What else is there? I am a bit of a stereotype when it comes to autistic safe foods, though. I do love me my mashed potatoes and my mac and cheese and my toast, my bread. I'm a stereotype in that way. But what else is there? I don't have many touch sensory issues. Like, I can wear most fabrics on my body, though tags can be my enemy. Sometimes. Not all the time. Some tags are fine. Some tags I can't stand. I hate touching wet things. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why I get icky about the idea of cooking and preparing food and also washing the dishes. Because I'm like, I don't want to touch this stuff. I don't want to do it. It sucks. And it sucks at work when I'm sorting meat or putting meat on a shelf and, like, it leaks and I get meat juice on me and I'm like, this is the worst day of my life. Can I quit? I will resign. Rain is not as bad. Rain used to suck for me, but it's not as bad. It depends for me. I think that's one of the reasons why I don't like showering very much, is the sensory. I like being dry, right? I love being dry. I also like being wet. This is going to be added to the quote bot, I know this. I like being submerged in water. I like a bath. I like a shower. But I do not like the process of getting wet or getting dry because it just makes my skin feel weird. Arena's slimier than shower water to me. See, now that I understand that. That doesn't sound insane. That doesn't sound insane. Very few things can sound insane here. Crowds really get to me. More concerts, crowded spots just immediately put me in a bad mood. I can do concerts. I think it probably depends on the concerts. I like sitting at a concert. But crowds in shopping centers I hate because I don't know the etiquette. I feel like I don't understand the etiquette of walking around people or like walking in front of people. I don't want to annoy people by like cutting them off or overtaking them. Like that makes me anxious. That makes me anxious. Anything else in show and tell? Yes. Got Sonic fan. With a couple extra comics. We got some Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong 2. Potentially the title of all time. Is this like a three-way fight? Like the Justice League is fighting Godzilla and they are also fighting Kong and Godzilla is also fighting Kong? Or is this the Justice League like trying to stop Godzilla and Kong fighting? My brain... Also, this is the second time this has happened. If I had a nickel... And Predator kills the Marvel Universe. Well, that sounds joyful. Was the first one, if I remember correctly? I see. They were just all fighting each other. I got it. Has he been stabbed with a spear? Poor Spider-Man. Holy. Poor dude. All right. Contexto! We haven't done that yet. Whoops. Reminds me of my brother has a Predator versus Archie comic. What the fuck is Archie gonna do against Predator? That's so funny. Just the most normal dude you've ever seen in your life. And Predator. Like... It's like the billion lions versus one of every Pokemon thing. Like, there's a very obvious winner here. And it's not the lions. There's another one called Deadpool Kills the Universe. Deadpool, you don't gotta do that, buddy. Calm down. Also makes absolutely no sense in the lore of the Predator universe. Well, plot holes, my beloved. All right. Contexto. What do we want? Let's do Predator. We're talking about Predator. What? That was not what I was expecting there. So I'm guessing it might be an animal of some kind. Oh, maybe not. Potentially, maybe not. See, but mammal is high. Reptile. Fish? But it's a fish. Wait, it's a bird. It's not a fish, it's a bird. Okay. It's a bird. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman versus Godzilla versus Kong. Okay, we got eagle, we got beak, hawk, emu, cassowary. That's not how you spell cassowary, that's my bad. Pelican. Hooray. Nice job, Chicharizard. It was pelican. Let's go. Good job. All of these make sense. All of these are like water birds. Same with the flamingo. Turtle. Turtle should not be that high. But, alas, we move on. Dolphin. Dolphin over seabird. There are choices. There are choices going on here. Red Godzilla versus the Marvel Universe this week. Why does everyone hate the Marvel Universe? Why does everyone want the Marvel Universe dead? Like, hello? What did the Marvel Universe ever do to you? Other than slowly reduce the quality of its movies until... Sorry. Shots fired. Yeah, turtles, the famous bird. I mean, there is something called a turtle bird, isn't it? Or am I imagining something? I am imagining something. A turtle bird is a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. It is not an actual bird. Also, why is this called a turtle bird when it absolutely has the wings of a bat? That is a turtle bat. Actually. The other universes had to play with throwers in Marvel Rivals. Actually, you know what? That's fine. You know what? Maybe the Marvel Universe should die. Maybe it should. Suddenly I'm on the train. Godzilla, kill them. Godzilla, use, what's a Pokemon move? Use kill. Just use kill. What am I looking for? Ace Attorney. Good night, Ivanovish. It sounds like I should be going to sleep too. Oh my goodness. The wave of tiredness just sprang over me. Hyper beam, yeah. Hyper beam sounds good. There we go. Prosecutor's Gambit. The Marvel comics and the Marvel movies are two separate universes. Oh no, I know that. I know that. But unfortunately, the Marvel comics did give us the Marvel movies. And therefore, the Marvel comics must also repent for their sins. Thank you, Sanic, for one shot. I appreciate it so much. That's a pterodactyl, actually. That is like I don't know where the bird came from there because that was not a bird whatsoever. All right, I'm gonna run an ad, and then once that ad is over, we will play more Prosecutor's Gambit. That's the word. Also, and you know what? While this ad goes on, I'm gonna hit a BRB because I need chocolate milk badly. I'm back. Wabba baba. Wabba baba. Stim noises. I got my chalky milk, and speaking of Godzilla, we've got Torosaurus. I'm a bit worried because Star Wars is on a really good streak, but they're hiring the story editor who worked on all the recent bad Marvel movies. Ooh. Good luck. Let's hope the problem is the Marvel and not them as a writer, editor, whatever. All right. I am back. Welcome back, everybody. I will hopefully enjoy the game. It looks amazing, Sonic fan, so I'll definitely, there's almost no way I won't enjoy it unless it somehow pulls The Witness and makes me want it dead. All right. Last week on Ace Attorney Investigations 2 Prosecutor's Gambit, we adopted a son. We found a kidnapped child. Actually, we found two. And we adopted a son in Eustace Winner. And we have finally put the Warden and Excelsius Winner away for good. Hopefully. However, Lang arrested someone, I think, or Lang interrupted someone? Interrupted us? Yeah, Lang started talking about something that happened 12 years ago, which we know something happened 12 years ago. It was something that ruined Lang's family. And it was also something the Warden and Excelsius Winner were in cahoots with. And it was also... Oh, was it him arresting Gavel? For something that happened 12 years ago? Was it Gavel that he was arresting? I don't... Why is Lotta Hart still here? When will she be a victim? And also Rosie Ringer was involved, potentially, because of the faked letters between Rosie and Kay 12 years ago. Does the witness make you wish you were the victim instead with its gameplay? I wish I was the culprit with its gameplay, so I could kill it dead, actually.
Could you maybe calm down a little?
Calm down? No way, Jose. Not until y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. I feel like I've given Tabby Lloyd and this girl on the left the same voice. Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask you too. You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Torosaurus run wild. Hoping to hide the fact that they bred this menace themselves, the staff cling desperately to their story. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set. Says the gal who told me she'd done seen Gory with her own danged eyes. Sure, I saw something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. All right, break it up. Is this Edgeworth? Oh my goodness, the squad pulled up. It's not Edgeworth, actually. It's everybody. The gang is all here. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
And Sean!
Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh? No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Lang Ji says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. Only sometimes? I feel like a lot of criminals get called monsters these days, which, like, a lot of them do monstrous things. It's justified most of the time. What did I miss? Nothing. Don't you worry. Nothing has been missed. Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. All of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 people on the screen right now. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. So he was missing for over a day. Are we not going to interview his bodyguards? Where are his bodyguards right now? I napped basically start a stream, so I hope I didn't miss anything other than just yapping about how terrible autism shirts are. No, you really haven't missed much. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Cavell, on the roof of the big building. What does Sean know about this? Also, why is the milk carton sweating? I don't like that imagery. Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I can't say. Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder? Why? Why can't you just tell us? Please, Judge Cavell, we're trying to help you. Huh. She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it. You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Cavell's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down? Sean? Me? I'm gonna get whiplash I'm gonna get vocal cord whiplash from how many separate voices I need to do in this scene. Oh yeah, you didn't miss any Edgeworth, no need to worry. You were Sean? We have testimony from the woman over there, and forensic evidence from the footprints that prove it. You came back to run your lines, right? What? You were spying on me? I'm sorry, I was just making sure you were okay. It was late, I was worried about you. Why wasn't he home? Cavell? I fear you may not be a good mother if you're letting your 13-year-old son stay out all hours of the night. No wonder he got abducted. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me. You literally just got kidnapped. Today. We saved you from a kidnapping. Today. And you think we don't need to be worried? The ego of a teenage boy, everybody. The ego of a teenage boy. Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. Now here comes the mum voice. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. Sorry. I've told you before I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow, this is a whole new Judge Cavell. It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must. And I want you to remember that, all right? Remember what? We got nothing of that. Can we get on with the investigation now? I agree, Lang. Do we need all these people here? Can we just get on with this? Oh, of course. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Cavell the mother will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. And by who. And I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. All right, Sean, perhaps you could tell us what happened last night. Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. Basically, I need Sean to be... The way that I've given him the attitude, I feel like Sean should just be a higher-pitched Lang. All right, here we go. We kind of look alike, Edgeworth and Sean. Is there a secret brothers theory that I don't know about? I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today, so I thought I'd put in some extra practice. And that's what I did, it's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine, nothing happened, except you got kidnapped. The next morning. You've been rehearsing late at night again? But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. You called him? Around what time? It must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set. It is emo Edgeworth. Though, I think Edgeworth is already emo enough as it is. So you lied to me. Sorry. Ooh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though. Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. A child alone late at night. Anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case. But he said nothing happened, right? He did, though I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. Alright. Do I YOLO a present? Because I have a feeling I'd know what to present here. And it's the... Oh, it's not there. No, yes it is. It's the tape. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today, so I thought I'd put in some extra practice, and that's what I did. It's that simple. So like I haven't done it before, it was fine. Nothing happened. Do I present the tape on nothing happened? Yes, I do! The YOLO was worth it. Nothing happened? I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt. Edgeworth has enough angst for everyone in the room. Exactly. Edgeworth is the trauma king. I couldn't come up with anything else. Wait, how did you... That's right, your rehearsal tape. Gah. What? You have video footage from last night? We do, and if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there already. There is, and I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Angstworth, exactly. Why would you keep this from me? No reason? Liar. That stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not gonna work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. You? Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it. But what does that have to do with the foot? I don't understand. Why is everyone shocked into silence? So you were embarrassed, is that it? Yeah? What's so weird about that? That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence? Sean, how could you? Ah! Oh, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just ran my lines and went home. That was it. That's so fair. Yeah, I can see why he'd be embarrassed by something like that. I definitely got very self-conscious as a child when I would do acting, like when, not all the time. I didn't get self-conscious all the time as a child doing plays and stuff like that. But I do remember one time during a play, the other kids in the class decided, oh, we're all gonna do Gundam style at the end. And for context, I was significantly older than these children. I was maybe 14, 13 at the time, and they were maybe 9, 10. And basically my brain went, I'm too old for this. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second. Chief, that's something hinky about. What does hinky mean? Dang Skippy there is. He's hiding a scoop under them horns, or my name ain't Lotta Hart. Ah, shut up, both of you. I'm done talking. No, you're not. What? The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. What other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening? I don't know. The chain. What? That was the wrong answer. It literally says in the evidence that the chain was cut last night. That's not... I feel cheated. How was that not the evidence? That makes no sense. What happened last night? Is it the fact that he died? Seems like it fell off the roof. Maybe the roof? I'm gonna go the roof. The model of Torosaurus's head fell from the roof of that trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that? Ugh, I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I told you, I ran my lines and I went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Are you saying you can prove I know something? Sadly not. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left. No proof, huh? Then this conversation is over. Something tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than is absolutely necessary. What is he hiding? Hold it right there. Huh? What is it, Agent Lang? Heh. It's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely. What? There was something else in that tape? Yup. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left? Oh yeah, the Torosaurus suit. It's open. I think. I don't like that. Something's different. Do you see it? Oh yeah, the mane's gone, and it was in the photos. The mane is gone, and there's a gap instead. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight. The zipper? Huh? Yeah, I guess you will see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper is wide open. Why? 'Cause somebody's inside the suit, that's why. What? Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it?
Oh, well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use.
That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. Oh my... We don't need flashbacks. We know you're accusing Gavel of murder. We don't need this. I feel like I'm gonna, when I end up doing the 1-minute review of this game, I'm absolutely gonna bring up the fact that the flashbacks are not necessary. You're saying the body could have been hidden in the Torosaurus suit? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavel? You pushed the president off the roof just like I said. Then you hid his body inside the costume. I most certainly did not. Protest all you like. I'm not gonna believe you. You're the only person who could have done this. I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavel would have been able to get in here. Also, wasn't Judge Gavel in the Court of Prosecutorial Justice at that time? Wasn't it like late at night? Oh, we don't have that evidence anymore. What if she had an accomplice? What? I've got a little theory for you. I think you're going to like it. All right. No more fighting with a child. It is time to fight Lang. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? The two of them were working together. The problem of the lock goes away. Then they work to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. But why would you have to do that? Surely you could just leave the dead president on the ground? Like, there were no security cameras. It was just the cameras that Sean was filming for his rehearsals. It was the assassination of a world leader. Could only have been carefully planned. To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this, it's unthinkable. You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm going to listen to a word you say? But what about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang? Who knows, but we'll find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious, even you have to agree with that. Do I have to? Judge Gavel, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details. My apologies, but that is the one thing I cannot do. Is she still being blackmailed? By someone somehow? However, the rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So please, you have to believe me? Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. Pah! I got nothing to say to you, I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess, you're still gonna try and stick up for them? It's true. Judge Gavel's actions certainly make her seem suspicious, but nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder or even the suggestion of one. No, and like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. And for my money, these two had to be working together for their little plot to succeed. I don't think that's gonna be it. Oh my goodness, my eyes are drooping shut. The EP is coming for me. You know who also say I was innocent? The innocent people. Yeah, I feel like saying I'm innocent is not really a sign of guilt, considering I'm sure how many innocent people would also say I am innocent. Like, it's not a line that only liars use. What's the... Let me look at the security camera footage. That was at 11:05 p.m. All right. Oh no, they would have to hide it in the Torosaurus suit because he died the night before last. Not last night. Okay, I got nothing just yet. He's not in elementary school, he's 13. Well, actually, I don't know how high elementary school goes in this game. In Australia, the oldest elementary school kid would be like 12. Maybe 13 if there was like a repeat of a grade. They're usually 12. I left primary school, like, I graduated from primary school at 11. So we did this, and I'm going to prove it to you. I look forward to it being warmed. It's only just getting warmed up. Okay, I don't think that gave us anything. Continuing to multitask, I just broke 100k attack power. In Vanguard, most attacks go between 30 and 50. Okay, damn. That is impressive. Able to hit the everything get really big now button. That's funny. That gives me like a weird tangent. I watched this video, I think it was by Brock's Corner, and they did a video on like the hardest NPC battles in Pokemon. And they included Mars from Team Galactic in Floroma Town, or like Valley Windworks or whatever. And it just gave me so many memories of that fight, because I hated that fight so much so that I ended up, the strat I ended up having to get through that fight was to teach my Geodude self-destruct to get through that fucking Perugly. Goes away how? Thought you might try this, but you and I both know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, she pushes the president off the roof. Then the kid opens the combination lock because he knows the code. Then why is the lock broken, though? If he just knew the code to the lock, why would he have to break it? Oh, he's just gonna continue. I was hoping they'd add that to the testimony, and that would be what we presented next, but it presented us nada. The two of them working together, why would they need to hide the body? Look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little ruse, we're still puzzling over what they were up to even now, but if you let me speak at all, I can clear up this whole mess. So like I was saying, they worked together to hide the body. Dragging it over to the Taurosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. Press. The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time. Maybe not, but we can take a look right now. Let's open up and see what is inside. This is true, we can look inside. I'm down to look in the suit. Show me the suit! Show me the suit! Huh. It's filthy.
Yeah, that's weird. You always cleaned it out pretty good. If you don't,
It can get kind of moldy. Well, you know what I'm looking at right now? I'm looking at little specks of white shit. And you know what else had little specks of white shit on it? Excelsius winner's gloves. Is it Excelsius again? It can't be. What if it's Eustace? Maybe Eustace used the gloves? I don't know. All I can think about is how Eustace is, like, meant to be the big character of this case, and while I think he was the big character of this case, it feels like his part of the case has kind of ended. And it feels too early. You've been given a third chance to burn his wig off. Hey, I'll burn that wig a gazillion times, and I will love it every time. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume? That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty. Exactly. Well, everybody happy? The inside of the suit is covered with dirt. It must be from where the body was hidden in there. Let's press. The dirt is from when the body was hidden inside the suit. We're assuming that it came directly from the body. What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else would it have come from? Really is pretty filthy in there, huh? The dirt got everywhere. Especially around the part where the chest would have been. The chest? I think that might be an important clue. His theory hangs together pretty well. It's certainly the... Why did Siri just activate? Girl, go away. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing that, so what do we do instead? We listen carefully to his testimony once more and see if we can tease out anything Okay. So it looks like we can go to this one and maybe present the picture of his body? And we're correct. So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there, as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Gah. Fine. So what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president? Come on, Kay, think. Where was it? Is something the matter, Kay? I've seen dirt like that somewhere else, I'm sure of it. So have I! Kay, you're onto it! It's on the gloves! I just can't think where. Dirt with weird little grey bits in it. Grey bits. She's right, there is something mixed in there. It was stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it. Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe. It's probably worth checking. Does one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it? Yes. I pointed it out myself. I am so smart. As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something grey. Concrete, I'm thinking. Because there were concrete bags in Winner's garage. We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right. The dirt does look similar. But so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these grey flecks of yours? I believe the grey flecks are concrete. Surely they're flecks of concrete? Like all the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean? Exactly. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and grey flecks belong to? Chairman Winner. We found them in his garage. That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today, and we found a pair of mechanic gloves covered in dirt. And, if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel, too. Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while they used a hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances. Wait, so you're saying... Yes, that we finally know what these footprints really are. Seems highly likely that they were dug by Chairman Winner. That's concrete, baby! Thank you, man, for the bit. So Chairman Winner was here. I'm thinking he's looking for something. I'm thinking he's looking for something that was maybe hidden or lost 12 years ago, because that's also said in the letter. Look at this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Now open go both. Oh, okay. Okay, that disproves my theory. I thought it would be an actual item. But she was at a auction for illicit items. So I'm still thinking it might be an item in there. Maybe the president was also looking for it. I might be piecing things together. Potentially. Highly likely? If that's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve? Why indeed. I imagine he must have been digging something up. I think he must have been digging something up. I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance and gained access from there. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig the 3 quote-unquote footprints. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes. But then Sean must have showed up, right? I think he did, yes. Chairman Winner would have had to find a hiding place, and the Torosaurus suit proved just that. Duh. You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves? It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up. But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winner was still present when this recording was made. What? It's a shame that Agent Lang doesn't notice it himself. But if we compare the situation as we see it now to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, is it the bag that we're gonna point out here? And compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winner's garage. There's no bag here, though. Oh, never mind. Yes, we did. There's the bag right there. What part of this image shows us that Chairman Winner was still here? The bag. Look at the bag next to the Torosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winner's garage. The same bag, the dirt on the gloves. That has to indicate a connection, surely. Ooh. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winner in the suit. And if he was in there, the president's body can't have been. Ugh. Good. It seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory.
Somebody get to Chairman Winner's house right away. We need to know what's in that bag.
Yes, sir. Oh my God. Lotta! Leave me alone! Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this about Hogswell? This is all we need. Them right there's Torosaurus footprints, dang it. Ain't no holes dug by no old car. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that's exactly what they are. Don't matter to me none what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told y'all I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes. The giant eye peering in at the window. I thought we'd gotten past that nonsense. We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did, huh? Responsible ones, but I guess that's the whole problem. Damn. Thank you for the hydrate rifle. Let me get some water. There we go. Wait, and like it was just about the footprints now. You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken. Never going to get anywhere with these two around. Maybe if we could prove to them that wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas? Prove that it wasn't a monster? Fine. I don't suppose that's much else for it. Let's see what we can do. What are you two whispering about? Y'all hiding something, ain't ya? Admit it. Quick, Tabby, roll tape. Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to. We know what it was now. Huh? That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery. It did? The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature over the lake. Oh, is it the boom? It's the boom arm for the camera. It's the camera arm. Gordy is the camera. That's right. It was a camera crane. This is what Miss Nicole saw, not Gordy. What? Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. a viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane. Bull! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh? Because she shit at her job. Next question. Miss Nichols. Yes? You told us you might need new glasses, didn't you? Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden. And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness? That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us! Skin like an enormous worm, you said. Y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane up and grew skin somehow? Ain't even no flesh on them there mental bones? Mental bones. Bones in your brain, those totally exist. Hey, Dino Spots, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane as it was in this particular picture anyway. But it did have a skin of a sort last night. I knew you were a scoop hater, but this plumb crazy. You want Tabby and me to starve, is that it? Quote, mental bones, yeah. That's a pretty good one. Hey, Dino Spots. How you doing today? But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery. Oh, shit. Wrong button! Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all, it was this. Blankie! I need a blankie. I'm a little chilly right now. But also I'm sleepy, so I fear if I get a blankie, I will literally just fall unconscious. Ms. Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end, but I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Ms. Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin. What? Ah, heck. Well, Sean, am I mistaken? You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing. Pretty good? I'm glad you're doing well. That's good to hear. Did you get babies yet? Oh, I don't remember the context of that one. Whatsoever. And just like that, the dream dies. Again. Chief! I think that may have finally shut them up. Thought the kid was holding out on us. It seems our ma could have maybe been a little wrong, maybe? All right, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy? Everybody except these two. Agent Lang. Oh, what do you got to say, Mr. Man? President's autopsy report is out. It is? Let me see it. Death was due to full-body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. Ah! He didn't he didn't fall to his death. He got crushed. Oh, you're right, it does have to be a squares quote, because Vol's really into squares too. Got too comfortable and the cat snuggled next to me and then fell asleep. Oh yeah. I cannot lie down and make myself truly 100% comfortable during the day, or I will conk out. I'm for tying up edgy men, but maybe not like this. Yeah, I remember exactly where that was from. So we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought. All my homies hate Matang except for my homies that don't. I mean, that is correct. Everyone hates Matang except for everyone who doesn't. That is, in a roundabout way, a correct statement. Hanzo should have been an NPC. You know what? I stand by that. I stand by that. Hanzo may be one of my favorite characters of all time in Overwatch, but only character-wise. Gameplay-wise, killed him.
They did find gunshot residue.
The president shot somebody? Cum shot residue? Guess he was a kid at heart, huh? Gunshot residue, K. It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the president may have used a gun. Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we? Indeed not, which makes the residue something of a rizzle. We'll need rizzle? Riddle. I think my internet is fixed. Hell yeah, Moth, that's really good to hear. Okay, well, they wanted me to read the report, so I'm gonna read the report. Gunshot residue detected on right hand. Flecks of yellow substance found stuck on clothing still undergoing analysis. April 5th, 11 p.m. AKA when Sean was rehearsing. Oh no, Sean was... Oh, I'm confused. When was Sean rehearsing? I don't remember anything anymore. Death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. All right, we knew that. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was.
Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right.
Amazing. So does that mean Judge Gavelle isn't a suspect anymore either? Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last, but the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. And we know that the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly. Phew, what a relief.
Sorry, might be a little too soon to celebrate.
What?
Sure, I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president, but that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall. Or who?
We know it happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time. Gee, I wonder, it was Sean? It was Excelsius Winner? And it was Penny Nichols. We have 3 main suspects.
What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean.
How would Sean push off a heavy as fuck Torosaurus head?
The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints, and yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened? That's a big ask, surely.
We haven't yet established if the footprints had anything to do with the murder, so even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved.
Maybe not, but his face tells me different.
Oh, Sean, what have you done, buddy?
As does the fact he's shaking like a leaf.
He's bringing down the reputation of milk drinkers everywhere. I'm personally offended.
Fine. Keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking?
What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang?
The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted?
It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not?
Sure do. Lil V. Good. Then that should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question?
Why me?
I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst.
Oh, you think he's biased and we're impartial? Actually, this makes sense. This makes sense. As a woman who so heavily relies on impartiality and compartmentalizing different parts of her life, it makes sense that she wants it to be me because she thinks I can do the same thing. He could also just be scared to be accused of something so serious. This is also true. This is also true.
Image analysis isn't exactly my speciality, but alright. Are there new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder? Oh, let's see. Chairman Winner brought those tools all the way from his garage. What did he need to dig up so badly? Which I knew that hammer was huge. It was, I imagine it's what he used to break the concrete, which is to say these weren't monster footprints at all. I imagine you're probably a little disappointed to learn that. I'm the thief who steals the truth. I have to be able to deal with it no matter what it might be. I have to be strong, and I will be strong. Be strong, Kay, be strong. In other words, you were disappointed. What else? I'm gonna say maybe in this quarter, because it's so dark around here that maybe we're meant to look in the dark. There's nothing of interest here. Okay. There goes that. Down here maybe? There's nothing of interest here. Okay. Oh, what about what's in the door? There's nothing of interest here. All right. Maybe we have to enhance who's in the suit. The Torosaurus suit, the zip is wide open, a fact that becomes even more apparent when one zooms in. Mr. Powers was supposed to be wearing it today to shoot the movie. There's something I still don't get. In the movies, Torosaurus is so big he can smash whole buildings to pieces. How does putting on a costume make you that huge? CGI. So the suit stays small, but the misunderstanding gets huge. Interesting. Think I sort of kind of understand now. Thank you. Really not sure that you do. All right, that's, I think, everything here. Okay, we have to look at the footprint, I guess. Chairman Winner brought these tools all the way from his garage. What did he need to dig up so badly? Wish I knew that hammer was huge. Good night, Mayor. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good sleep. I imagine you're probably disappointed to learn that. Okay, we're back here again. The new clues. Oh! The R button to zoom in. That doesn't give us anything. That doesn't give us anything. That doesn't give us anything. Oh! Jump scare? President jump scare? What the? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see, let me see. Hey, I knew it was in the shadows. I just forgot to zoom in. Whoops. Eee! What is it? What's the matter? Show me. Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks that you share your findings. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's the president? Oh my. And he's alive. Well, can't say for sure if he's alive, but he's definitely standing. What? You're kidding, right? Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all. Wait, this doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you. And the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid. You murdered President Wang. That's ridiculous. Why? Sean, you can't have... Can you? Oh, Judge Gavelle. Oh, ma'am. Believe your son, please. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that. Surely even you can't deny that this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. He claimed he knew nothing about what happened, but the president is right there with him. Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know. He's right, Sean. Be honest, now it's the only way. The truth is, it was all my fault. Sean, what did you do? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off the trailer. Okay. Oh, well now it sounds like he's covering for someone.
thinking maybe it's Penny. I can't believe they're making it. A part of me doesn't think it's Penny because she's a recurring character, and I don't think they've really ever made a recurring character a murderer. Like, they haven't gone, look at this character that was a witness in a case before. She's a murderer in this case instead. I'm racking my brain right now, but I can't think of a situation where that's happened before. But could be the first time. I didn't even give her a name here. She does have a name. They just don't address her by it. She's just known as assistant or crew member in the voice in her voice lines for some reason. I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back to run my lines. Then my mum called and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call, the Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there lying next to it. No. Did find evidence of a fire having broken out up on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So we're saying the president died because of Sean? If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground? Took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again. You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. Okay, he's 13. And it looks like he's showing remorse. So, like, I don't know. I don't see him as some malicious murderer. I don't like this furry. No, I like Lang. He's a little bit railroady. You have to fight him, like, every step of the way to get stuff done. But that was also how Gavel was early in the game. And he's an interesting character. I don't mind him because we have worked with him in the past. Including now, technically, but he's kind of continually going rogue. Lang said, fuck them kids, truly. It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off. Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed, and the head would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall. Indeed, and I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them. And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear. I still don't believe you. Why would President Wayne come to a place like this in the middle of the night? His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. Well, he said there's gunshot residue, right? In his right hand. Maybe he went there because he had maybe it was an altercation with Excelsius Winner, because we both know something happened 12 years ago that both of them are involved in. Wasn't it called like the SS5 case or something? No, we have not figured out what the yellow thing on him is yet, Bob. How would the kid convince him to come? I don't know, considering the kid is, 13-year-old child, potentially slightly famous actor, and this guy's a president of a country. But he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed. Alright, what's up, Sean? Went up on the roof of the trailer to prepare the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. No, I think I'm gonna press everything. I don't think I have something to present yet. You're fit and hearty, young man. It's spring now. Surely you didn't really need to fire up that stove. He's a fit and hearty young man and needs to look after himself. Okay, Gavel. Really? But if he resorts to such measures, even during warm weather... Seriously? You two are going to argue over something like that right now? Edgeworth gets bodied by a Gen Alpha again. You've made your point, Sean, but I've told you before to watch how you talk to people. I think he was criticizing you as much as he was me, Your Honor. Yes, anyways, where was I? Must have left it burning. You left it burning. You didn't think to check it before you came back down to the lot. I meant to, but I was thinking about my lines in the scene and everything. It's not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets. I sure do. So much stuff. For a thief and assistant to a prosecutor, I feel like you should not be as forgetful as you are. I leave the air conditioner on in Mr. Edgeworth's office and the lights. I forget that he told me to never jump off the ladder or make prank calls. But one thing I would never ever forget to do is turn off an unattended heater. Sure. I believe you. Please, Sean, go on. She's a lot, huh? Oh my goodness, don't be rude. At least they're talking about her in front of her face instead of behind her back, but it's still mean. It was the middle of the night and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother? Forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused. I thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out of the hotel at night on my own. That doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you? Fine. The camera was rolling and the mics were all live, okay? I didn't want our conversation on that tape where anybody could hear it. He was embarrassed about being recorded speaking on the phone to his mother. You know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. I get embarrassed being overheard speaking on the phone. With anyone. It just feels bad. Feels bad, man. So I ditched the rehearsal and ran off set as quick as I could. When I came back after the call... Well, that's not anything. The Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof, and... Were there any signs that it was about to fall before you left? I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines. What if fire had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off? Do you really hear nothing the entire time? No, I had my headphones on. Why? I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate, and I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything. Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Cavell called you. You know that cell phones vibrate these days, right? The president was just there, lying next to it. Next to it? Did you notice anything unusual about the body? I don't know, it was dark. He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual. I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to. I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this? Yes. Always push more. But you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I'd better find out what. Most people would cry for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground, and yet you didn't. Because, what was the point? He was dead. So you said, what I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead? He was lying on the ground and the huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened. Next to him, not on top of him? Crushing him? I'll tell you how, because you checked. Fine, I checked. I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing. So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point? I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes. He was completely clean, but he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead. Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. I didn't know he was dead at first. There was no blood and nothing on his clothes either. Oh, present! Yellow stains. Hello? And yes, the body was in the footprint, not next to it, Bob. But I'm saying the head... He was saying the head was next to the body, which makes no sense to me because if the head crushed the body, wouldn't the head be on top of it?
Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that?
There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten.
What are you talking about? That's not true.
Unluckily for you, we remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest.
Ah,
He's got milk in his backpack too. This man is stocked up. You studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony, an absence I find suspicious to say the least.
I
Could have rolled off after crushing it? Potentially, Rosira. Also, hello. How are you? I hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation. Oh, Gavel. Not this again.
Judge Gavel? Allow me to explain.
You? But
The yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise. Lion lilies? 2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of Big Building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on the President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers.
Huh? But they're not in the printout from the security camera.
Only because the president is in the way.
But why give him flowers?
That is not something I am at liberty to divulge.
Oh, come on! Give me the juicy details! I've done so much for you people, and yet nobody trusts me yet anyway. What's the point of doing good things if I'm not going to be appreciated for them, huh? I'm good, I'm glad to hear that. It's finished with my mate, had quite a few fun games overall, but also several which I basically won on autopilot. Hey, you're just that good, dude. I'm what Gavel is being suspicious about. Ooh. Oh no. Don't spoil me.
More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers? My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that?
I can't. Huh. Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on, you've got to give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it? Hey, you leave her alone. Sean, I threw the flowers away, okay?
You did? So they were there when you first found the body?
Yeah, they were right there on his chest. And they were squashed completely flat.
Oh? I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president. And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. My guess is the reason for the meeting and the flowers are connected. Oh! I'd already come to that conclusion already. I felt like that was kind of obvious. That it's all because of what happened 12 years ago. I swear on a grave. Not my grave. I don't have one yet, but a grave. Just a random grave.
No reason?
He's almost as evasive as his mother. More secrets? They're quite a pair.
There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet.
Huh?
You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you?
Did Sean think she was dating or something?
And was like, I'm mad. I don't want the president to love my mother.
Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mum with them. And felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion. Oh, that would have... Yeah, also that. That is not where I went, but honestly, it should have been. I went more Bold and the Beautiful than Ace Attorney.
Got it all wrong.
That's his least convincing lie yet. So we've got a bouquet. And we've got more about Wang.
I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered. So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body, and because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse? Huh. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes.
Why? What's wrong with nice?
I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us he was responsible for the head falling in the first place.
Yeah, he did, but...
So he's still our only suspect.
The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy.
What? Who?
The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. Oh, I forgot about that! I forgot that we don't know yet who the evil person was that had kidnapped Sean. I completely forgot that we didn't know that person's identity yet. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Chat, can you hear me? Okay, I unplugged my microphone. Microphone and I unplugged it on accident. Whoopsies! Whoopsies! Didn't mean to do that at all. Ugh. I believe Zeph unplugged their mice. Yeah. Well, actually, I can't unplug my mouse. My mouse is wireless. Thank goodness. Oh, if only there was a wireless microphone. That would be perfect for me.
A refrigeration unit in a depot?
Depot? That's not how that word is said at all. Like, there's depot and there's depot. Depot is just wrong on all counts.
Yeah. Like he wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise.
Yep, and then become an AI the Somnium Files case. Become a Kaname Date crossover. Oh. They would never do it because... AI the Somnium Files is so much more mature and so much more adult than Ace Attorney, but, and also it's set in the future, and Ace Attorney isn't, but, imagine the crossover. Wireless mics are quite common, like lapels and all that. No, I don't want anything like that, because those ones are probably also, like, lower quality as well.
He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him.
The sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud.
Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too?
Yep, we found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3 Z's. Apparently it's super strong. Now we finally identify the brand of sedative. Even though it was used last case, we only get it in evidence now. Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. ZZZ, exactly. Either it means sleep, or it means Zenless Zen Zero. I've never played that game. I don't know why I'm bringing that up. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this. We've got a conspiracy.
Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too?
That... I can't yet say.
Ha! It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor.
Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Yes. We have Excelsius Winner, and we also have the lady. We also have Penny Nichols.
Of course. So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect.
Not quite. I can think of another.
What?
Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night.
Chairman Winner? You think he killed President Wang?
Why not? We've proven that he was present, and if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say?
Winner? Could he really have...
It's certainly another possibility to consider. You'd think that, but since the signal gets transferred via radio, it actually comes through pretty clean, especially with products done by Shaw, Sennheiser, and the like. Huh. I feel like I haven't had this microphone for long enough to warrant needing a new one. Because, like, the only reason why I bought this one is because the one before it literally broke. So... But that's interesting to keep in mind in the future, Atare. Thank you.
12 years ago, he was.
Here's the 12 years ago again that we're still getting no context on. Oh my goodness, we don't need flashbacks. We know that something happened 12 years ago. We know. We get it. Wait, is he Good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes, even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Like, far out, we know. I'm sorry. It's taken... Is this the third or fourth stream of this case? Either way, it's taken 3 or 4 streams for us to finally ask somebody what happened 12 years ago. I'm going to lose my marbles. We need flashbacks to 12 years ago, not 12 minutes ago when it was mentioned that something happened 12 years ago. Exactly, Bob. Exactly my point. Why are we getting flashbacks to things we already know happened? I don't have the memory of a goldfish. I am a human being. Anyway. It's nothing to do with you. Then stop fucking mentioning it. Boy. Stop baiting me into Stop curiosity baiting me. Because it's gone from curiosity baiting to rage baiting. It's amping up. I'm getting angry now. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case.
And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead. Show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof? If you can't prove it, this conversation's over.
Does any of the evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago? Yeah, that. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago.
What? But...
And that's not all. Take a look at this. It's a report about Bronco Knight written by Warden Lagarde. It was addressed to Chairman Winner. This last part in particular should be of interest to you.
Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. In front of the planter?
Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Ms. Ringer was murdered the night before last and President Wang not long afterward. There's a connection between the 2 murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong?
These are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name.
Please, Agent Lang. We need to know. Come on, Lang. Give us the deets. Trauma dump. Is that about to make Lotta a victim? Oh. I don't even need to get rage baited to want to make Lotta a victim. That woman is aggravating and gullible. And I've committed to speaking as her in an accent that I don't like speaking. Who the fuck? Well, Edgeworth took the words out of my mouth and then translated them to be a lot more polite. Shifu? Oh, it's his guards.
What are you all doing here?
We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago.
Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now.
We can't do that, sir.
What? You're disobeying a direct order?
Please, sir, I'm begging you, we all are. We need Ice Spice to leave. White Ice Spice. This lady puts the ice in Ice Spice, because she's Snow White. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you've figured out what happened, and we can't either. These three guys are like, please, I just want to know. They're like, please, the curiosity is getting the better of me, Lang. Hey, 70 Sept, how you doing? I'm doing well. I was really tired, and now I'm less tired. It always happens during my Ace Attorney streams. I get really sleepy, and then I just get over it. Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too.
You think it's that easy? That you could solve the case just like that?
I think we can. Together.
Huh. Well, alright then. Offer accepted.
I got a perm! Oh, nice! Got all the curls going now. Gathering courage to send an email. Oh. Emails, texts, and phone calls. Hate them. Hate them all. Unless they're with someone I'm, like, really comfortable with. Like, you know, my mother or a friend. They're not for me, baby. I'm not about that life.
Yes. Shifu, Shifu, Shifu.
Nice. Then I guess it's my turn to step up. I'm sorry, Kay? You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that. Ah, you mean Mr. Thief? Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you.
Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case.
Huh? How come?
Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret.
Really? Why?
Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know I read in newspaper articles from the time.
That's fine. Just tell us what you can. Why is Wolverine with Mini Miraculous Ladybug and a lady from those Chinese TikTok short rage bait dramas? Huh? Who in this character list are you referring to? Do you mean Gavel? Need to send an email to a hiring manager from a company I lied to because I didn't want to work there. I'm actually crawling back. Oh no, 70 cent. Oh, good luck with that. What's the job? If I may be so intrusive. Sad music time. He does have a reverse mohawk. It's because he's a wolf. It's for the ears, I think. Like, it is actually Wolverine. A SAP consulting position, but for fresh grads. I do not know what that sentence means, but for your privacy, maybe it's good I don't.
The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th, to be precise.
Reverse mohawks are just the first sign of male pattern baldness. Actually, I fear the first sign of male pattern baldness is a comb-over.
Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhongfa.
So he was kidnapped?
Yeah. SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case.
Damn, this president has been through so much. This president has been on Trump-level amounts of assassination attempts. Except at one point here, the assassin has succeeded.
The kidnapper wanted $100 million.
$100 million? How much money even is that? I think it's pretty self-explanatory there. Okay. 100 million. How else can I explain how much money that is? More than you can imagine, it seems. Well.
The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhongfa until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over and the president came home safely.
So President Wang was head honcho, even back then? Wow, go Mr. President. Okay, I'm gonna check some things. I want to see who was old enough to be a part of an assassination conspiracy 12 years ago. Kay would have been 5, so no. Lotta would have been 13, so probably not. Lang would have been 15, so probably not. Penny would have been 8, so no. Sean would have been 1, so definitely not. Gavel would have been 14, but she also... There's been no talk of adoption yet, so there's also a high chance she gave birth to Sean at 13. So she's unfortunately matured very quickly for her age. Gumshoe was 32, he would have been 20. But he's Gumshoe, so I don't think they would do that. Fender would have been 24. Somehow Fender is our best hope so far. Franziska would have been 7. Eustace would have been 5. Fifi Lagarde would have been 25. And we already know she's involved in something from 12 years ago. So could be her. Regina would have been 5. Simeon Saint would have been 12, so probably not him. Well, that's a 25-year-old man. I think I always get shocked whenever I look at Will Power's age. Like, that is a man in his mid-30s. That is not 25. Anyway, he would have been 13. Tabby would have been 8. Excelsius, who was also involved in 12 years ago, would have been 56. Very valid. Bronco would have been 12. I forgot that this guy escaped from prison. But I kind of feel like kidnapping isn't his deal. And Shelley the Killer doesn't have an age, but he definitely looks old enough. People just age when they reach 25? Excuse you? As a recently 27-year-old, I still get mistaken for being pretty young. Don't do this to me.
The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him.
Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated?
It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial.
The trial? So a suspect was arrested?
Yeah, none other than our friend
Okay, so it turns out that the conspiracy was... We didn't need to do all that. We just know who it was. What? Is that why you visited the prison? We don't need a flashback. Oh my goodness. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Gumshoe, Pokemon name. Considering the Ace Attorney games came out long before Gen 7 of Pokemon came out, I'd say that Gumshoes, the Pokemon, is more of an Ace Attorney name than Gumshoes, the Ace Attorney character, being a Pokemon name.
I wanted to see who I was dealing with. She was found not guilty then, wasn't she? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time, but they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force, though, and he worked the case alone, till eventually he found a suspect. Lagarde, and if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether.
So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde?
He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise.
So I'm guessing that Excelsius Winner helped get her out and prove her innocent. And Gumshoes became Officer Jenny's partner in the anime, so Pokemon stealing from Ace Attorney? I mean, maybe. I wouldn't call it straight stealing. I'd call it more inspiration. Because if I remember correctly, the word gumshoe means something else. Like, gumshoe is a pun. An investigator, especially a detective. Exactly. So, gumshoe... They're all called that for the same reason. Because the word gumshoe is slang for someone who was an investigator or a detective. The Pokemon and the Ace Attorney character are inspired by the same thing. Neither of them are inspired by each other.
But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene.
Is there really nothing we can do?
Well, the thing is, Excelsius Winner... Who is this? Okay, I'll allow these two to join us. Thank you for the head pats and the hydrate. Anyway, so Lagarde and Excelsius Winner were talking about a little package from 12 years ago. And then last night, Excelsius Winner comes to this crime scene and starts to dig for something. Surely he's digging for the package from 12 years ago. Surely we can just keep digging. Right? Like, please? More digging? More shovels, please. Franziska. And Mr. Fender. We finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to. Here. What's this? It says SS5 incident Okay, well now we've got the files. Oh, the sole witness was murdered. Whom? When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it, and this was what Interpol provided. Nice work, Franziska. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case. Aw, she did it for Lang. Okay, I need to read the file. I'm sure they're gonna make me read the file later, but I want to read it now. President of Zhongfa was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's presence at embassy until midnight confirmed by Da Long Lang. Prosecutor in charge, Excelsius Winner. Exactly. He got her off. Not sexually. I owe you, sis. Whoa! Okay, so now apparently Lang and Franziska have a sibling relationship. Does that make Lang Edgeworth's brother?
But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret.
Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner. He was the prosecutor in charge?
Him again!
Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. And now
outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son.
Yeah, Eustace the goat.
Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us? Sounds like we owe him. Prosecutor Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial, but he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there.
Huh. He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Aww, character development.
All right, now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem. Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now. Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody!
Oh my goodness. Does everybody have to be here? Like, why do Lotta and Tabby have to keep tagging along? I need them gone. I need them out of my life.
All right, Kay, if you could set Mr. Thief in motion. Sure. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start?
Right, not everyone. They left Will Powers out. Yeah, why are Lotta and Tabby here, but Will Powers is suddenly no longer important? So rude. Also, hello, Rom. How you doing today?
Seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of Al Foul Down.
What's that a pun for? Is it a pun for I fell down? Is that what this is? It is? Oh my gosh. That's terrible. I love it. Going out for groceries? Ooh, nice. What are you grabbing?
But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. So this is where he saw it all happen, huh? Here? As in the big building? No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. I'm sorry. They completed a 51-story building in a year less than?
Holy moly. Some yogurt? I do love yogurt. I do love yogurt. I'm a fan of that. Alf used to be called Jack Cameron in the original. What's the pun for that? I can't think of it.
And before that... Now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been... the happy family... It was an orphanage? I'm sorry, they shut down an orphanage? And made it into the tallest... Like for retired people? No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage? Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde.
Oh. It was a pun for like camera and camera equipment. I see.
She called it her happy little home. As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion. President Wang, Excelsius Winner, and Warden Lagarde? Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Kay, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Alldown? Seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president. So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice. Alright, we're counting on you.
Let's go, Lil Thief! Make things green! How do they build a building that fast? I do not know. Oh, he did have a camera. Okay, that makes sense. What the heck is this? Yeah, why are we bringing Sean to a fake crime scene? Like, even if it's fake, it's still a crime scene. And there's still a dead body on... The flowers are there! When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it. Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 AM the morning after the murder. And it seems it had been snowing.
Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important to evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day.
In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Alright, let's go! Footprint number 1! They stopped by the body. Guess that means they belong to Mr. Alldown. His feet were pretty big. What's that, about a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match. Alright, but now there's 2 sets. Oh no, it's 1 set that's gone back and forth. My bad. These footprints go toward the body and come back. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9, pretty average in other words. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though. Body, please. Al Falldown, the man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. What exactly did he see? I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos. Oh, okay. He suffered a blow to the back of the head. From that brick. Ugh. Ouch. Body T. Cass. Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Alldown's autopsy report. Thank you? I scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Okay, well, first of all, there's a flower. Somebody's dropped a yellow flower. I think this one symbolizes the desire to steal treasures. Okay, you can't just make these things up. What we can say is that it looks to be different from all the other flowers in the planter. So what's it doing here? What indeed? We should examine the planters too. Must be right. Someone must have stolen it. It's a stolen treasure. Okay. This one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor. Okay, well, it's not letting me investigate the planter. Telephone! The cell phone must have belonged to the victim. It says here in the file that Mr. Alldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping. To whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was there, but she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too, if you want to hear it, please. Oh my goodness, it's Rosie. It's Rosie Ringer! Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another... Damn it, the light's out, so I can't quite see, but... It looks like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you know... Oh, he died during the phone call. His final words. He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lane, can I ask you something? Mr. Alldown's girlfriend, what was her name? Ringer, Rosie Ringer. Fuck! That's what I heard. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean... her revenge for what happened 12 years ago? Oh my goodness, more flashbacks. Seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. Fucking hell. So she was really out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. Damn. Everything's connected. The body itself. Al Falldown, freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang. Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome. It's even worse in the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked. The autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick. Indeed, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. It looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand. They mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button. Okay. Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? That's interesting. The blood. Fresh blood and plenty of it. According to the autopsy report, he died from loss of blood due to the blow to the back of his head. And that blood spread over the entire area. I doubt anybody could have bled that much and survived. Anyway, this certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. I'm thinking Excelsius and her were in it together and he killed All Down. But I think Fifi Lagarde was the kidnapper. And I think that's part of why, like, that's part of how they were in it together. And Excelsius, like, suppressed the case and got her off scot-free. So the victim was carrying a camera. According to the file, they recovered a picture. Here we are. Ooh! Oh, well, there's the button. It's from a snowman. It's the president, right? And somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Alldown witnessed. So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper? Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. They're pretty short. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde. Well, she does like coats, that's for sure. How come they've only found the one picture? He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. Interesting. Let's go to the brick. This was the brick used in the murder. There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby. That everything? I think that's everything. Gonna leave. No, it says we're not done. Don't believe there is any more to be found here. Okay, never mind. A swing. Let's go swinging! I love swings. The swing was always my favorite thing, like favorite playground equipment as a child. I remember visiting my extended family in Tasmania, and there was a tree swing at the end of the road, and I would be on that swing all the time. It was just my favorite thing ever. And these two are just bantering about nothing. Oh. There are burn marks on this pillar. The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident. So it seems like we've got a lot of similar modus operandi going on. We've also got a fire. One of the orphans set a fire with some Why did the orphan have kerosene? Who is giving their child kerosene? They sound like a lively bunch, possibly too lively. It seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. I think it might have been deliberate. This arch, we've seen it somewhere before. Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time? It seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past reheated. Reheated nachos. I think I heard that somewhere, and for once it seems you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something, for if it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. Okay, you were so close. An igloo shaped like a bear, the perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a bigloo. Yeah, I guess. Probably fit as many as 3 people inside, and they could live in there for 3 whole years. That is such a specific number. Again, say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, one more time. Wouldn't the igloo melt? You're no fun. There's a little turtle. There's some rides down here. Tortoise and a hare inspired by the children's story. Tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Time for a K Faraday pop-up pop quiz. Oh, jeez. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. Because he was lazy. We know that. Number 1, the hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. What? Number 2, the tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu. Number 3, the real winner was the Yatagarasu. What? Those are my only 3 options? Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a thr. Well, that definitely narrows it down. Are we done? This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted. Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. And look at his cute little button eyes just lying there. He probably would have been frozen back up again at dawn. That's when it's usually coldest. Don't think that would have helped much. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an iceman. I've never made a snowman. Or at least I haven't made a snowman and then come back to it to see if it melted and refroze or not. So I couldn't contest to that. I couldn't agree or deny. Oh, maybe we're meant to look at the planter. Nope. This is the only thing we've got left that doesn't have a tick on it. Are we supposed to talk to people? I don't wanna. Okay, looks like I'm talking as it is. I cannot thank you well enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy! Can't you see you're upsetting her? That was not my intention at all. Look at our little knight in shining armor defending his mum's honor. Shut up! I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep... That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me. I'd like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I'll not ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that I... Judge Gavelle, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. She was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses? She was. Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. What are they even talking about? You. I don't have a clue either. The trial. So things are finally settling down after Warden Lagarde's trial? It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. Do not worry, Excelsior's Winner's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man. Indeed, he simply had some growing to do. Then, don't we all? Kay included. What are we calling out Kay for? Huh? Kinda feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance. I'm sure that chance will come. But for now... Indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand. Well, that's all for her. What's Sean up to? Your kidnapping. I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping. They took you when we went to the garbage disposal area, right? But what were you doing there? It's all right. You don't have to talk for him. You just ask me himself. Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm to you. Went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on the body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in a garbage can. Tried to get in there last night, too, but it was locked. So you had to come back today and try again? Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, snoozing is easy threezy with 3 Z's. Why are you so cheerful about this? The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it is a catchy name. Whoever it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face. I see. Thank you, that's very helpful. Where you were found. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found? Not a whole lot, I'll bet. Snoozing is easy threes. She's doing it again. I remember waking up feeling cold. I was somewhere big and empty and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Businesses use them to keep stuff chilled. And that's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day there. Guess the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason, so I used that to call for help. I see. Well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely. Pfft. Say it like you mean it, why don't you? He's not the most gracious child I've met. Reminds me of certain somebody else. Oh, the siblings theory grows. Ungrateful children. I want to talk to Lang. want to talk to people that don't have any reason to talk to them.
3 planters, covered with snow.
Oh, of course! The note from Lagarde to Excelsius about burying stuff in front of the planters.
Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now.
Indeed. You have Chairman Winner to thank for that, it seems.
Yeah, but what's weird is I've seen this scene somewhere before.
What?
But where? Keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone.
He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. Well, I've got 2 questions for him, so I'm not leaving him alone. President Wang changed. I guess he's felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But cut ties with my family completely after how close we've been for all those years. My father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. There's going to be so much to get through in this scene, isn't there? He couldn't even convince them a letter to take them. One time he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? A bodyguard, maybe? Sorry, there's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. As woman's fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. That was the wrong one! No, get me out! Get me out! SS5. That case ruined my father and my family too, the people who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words, hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. You really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad. That investigation was solid, his work was meticulous, and it was accurate, it was all he was. I don't care. Can we talk to the servant? Shifu, I know it's rude of me to ask, but can we count off for old time's sake? Just once, I'm begging you. For old time's sake seems a little sentimental, but fine. Count off. But there's only one of you there. Doesn't feel the same on my own, it's kind of lonely. Shouldn't matter if there's one of you or 100, you may be on your own here right now, but the pack is always with you, so quit whining about being lonely, and how like you mean it. Is he crying? Interesting. Okay. Who would be the next most important person to ask? I don't want to talk to these 2. Leave me alone! Looks chillier than your chilliest look out here. Somebody might have to warm me up. Maybe take this a little more seriously, Fender. That came from Kay. He called her K-Meister? When I had a classmate at school and he used to call me Kellmeister a lot of the time. He was a terrible kid though. Like, he was a bully. But for some reason, he was nice to me. And I don't know why. I don't know why. But he was a part of a group of, like, really violent, like, really bad kids. Don't you dare tell anybody, I'll just deny it. Anyway, what are we denying? About the SS5, what else? I know Chairman Winner isn't in charge anymore, but the top secret file being available, something seemed off. So it got me thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that Ms. Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths. Oh, Franziska! For me? Adorable. Thank you, Queen. Sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Franziska. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this. Aww. I love the sibling relationship that these 2 have. Wait, is there something? 3 footprints and brick used in murder. Yeah, there's no way those 2 are connected. I have to talk to these 2 now. Okay, it's not important. They're just shocked that the whole world is green. That's all. Let them believe that it's magic and monsters. Just don't even try to interrupt them. Just let them do whatever. What am I missing? I feel like I've searched literally everything. Like, everything I'm looking at is coming in as completed. So I'm just really confuzzled. Got the swing, got the bushes, we got the little man there. We got the 3 planters. See, this is the only guide left. But it says, I don't believe there's any more to be found here. So now I'm just stuck. For, like, ever. I can't even deduce anything here. What am I supposed to be finding? What do I... Maybe I talk to Kay? I don't know. Notice anything? Can't believe this used to be an orphanage. That one of the guard was in charge. Can you look at the phone and the camera? I did. I looked at both of them. Oh, you mean like the evidence themselves? Like check out the evidences themselves? Sometimes there are secrets in those things. I could check it out. If they, if these two stop talking, it will not end. She'll look over everything extra carefully. I swear I'm being careful. All right. Go to number 4. Looks and things. That doesn't have an investigation. This doesn't give us anything. Button doesn't give us anything. That just gives us what All Down said. Believed to have been murdered during a call he was detailing. Approximately 1 a.m. 12 years ago. Loss of blood, and there's the photo. That doesn't tell us anything. I'm moving to my bed. Fair enough. My mum's like that. She falls asleep on the couch. I'm not good at that. I often don't fall asleep unless I actively choose to fall asleep. I have to actively be like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna fall asleep right here and it'll be fine. That doesn't really give us much. A bottle, a bouquet, that gives us nothing. A tape, a bug, Ms. Knight's possessions. A talk. Case info about IS-7. Why do we have the case about IS-7 still here? The blue truck driver. The little kid. The big photo. More security camera footage. His heart statement. That she saw a light. She saw an eye, sorry. A combination lock. Torosaurus versus Gordy. The footprints, the pin, the forged letter, the building, and his death. Maybe I'm supposed to present something to Lang? That's not Lang. I need my specific pillow to fall asleep. I have to talk myself into falling asleep without it. That's interesting. If I don't come up with anything here, I think I'm gonna have to... look up a walkthrough. Unless someone else wants to look up a walkthrough. Because I feel like I've seen everything. I think I'm gonna look up a walkthrough here because I'm genuinely confuzzled. I've talked to everyone. I'll put the cues together because that's the last thing I can think of to do here. But I really don't think there's anything more. Can look it up if you want to avoid spoilers. Sure, if you want to. I'm down for that. I just don't want to... You did so much work for me last stream, and I feel I don't want to keep, you know, asking you to do things. Yeah, those aren't connected. So we've got, like, nothing. If I can present something else. Did I presented the body. Maybe I present the fire. Kind of brat sets a fire like that for fun. No idea, actually. I was like copying and pasting 2 links at a time. Dude, you were incredible for that. You did amazing. Means the truth is lost to time. Guess we'll never track it down now. May not show it, but I get the sense that talk about this is very hard for him. Aren't you forgetting something? Wolves are amazing trackers. You can sniff the truth out, whatever it is. This is true. You're right. Who knew you'd be the one to tell me that? Maybe you're not so bad after all. She's not bad at all. She's the best character in the dang game. Well, one of them. There's a few. How about the photo? Okay, he's just gonna tell me again. This is the same explanation as before. How about the button? Nope, he doesn't want the button. He said no to the button. He said the button is bad. Nope, and he's saying the same thing again. Surely Lang is the person we have to present this to, right? It'd be really funny if it's not. Oop. There we go, present. Yep, here we go again. Same thing as always. Think we got nothing. Perhaps I'd better put it away. Sent the bouquet. He doesn't like flowers. The tape doesn't like it. Thank goodness this doesn't take down health. I'm very glad I can just trial and error whatever I want. The letter, maybe? Nope, he doesn't want the letter. Nope, we've got the IS-7 incident too. How about the gloves? Nope. How about the truck? The truck is interesting, isn't it? No? I thought the truck was interesting. I think the truck's interesting because we haven't had any opportunity to use the truck as evidence yet, and I have no idea where it is supposed to fit. I'm fascinated by the implications of the truck. Talk about Torosaurus. Certainly not saying that the creature could be our culprit, but he's not, unrelated to the case. Anything you can tell us, I'd be very much obliged. President Wang had a Torosaurus toy from way back then. Oh yeah, we know this already. We know about the toy. We showed you the toy. Even the leaders of other countries love Torosaurus. It must be famous everywhere. Dogs go bow bow in other languages, right? And cats go meow. And roosters go Goriko. We've had this conversation before. The actual Torosaurus head. Curse whoever killed President Wang. I'll find them, you'll see if I don't. And we've made him angry, which is really the only thing that we've been doing here. Can't help but feel sorry for him. Isn't there something we can do? Listen carefully to what he has to say and try to help solve the president's murder. How about the lock? He doesn't like the lock. It's gonna be the same Torosaurus conversation. Genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Like, it's not working. Absolutely nothing's coming to me here. I think I'm reading this right, but it is a lot of words, and I think... Did you connect the planters and the 3 footprints? What do you mean? What do you mean the planters and the 3 footprints? Do you mean in the... Planters and 3 footprints? I can't investigate the footprints in the logic connection. I have 2 things in the logic connection. That's 3 footprints and brick used in murder. Oh my goodness. I hadn't investigated the planters. Oh my gosh. And there were 3 planters on each side. Oh my goodness. Because it was so— I swear I looked at the planters and it didn't let me look at them. I'm so pissed off. No, that's— I hate that. Yeah, we know it's a lion lily. Oh, that pisses me off. That grinds my gears. That salts my apples. At least we figured it out. Yeah. Oh, that's— oh. The lion lily is supposed to symbolize the bond between parent and child. Is Gavel Wang's daughter? Is that what we're trying to do here? He's the father of somebody. If he got the flowers and someone else had the flowers, he's the father of someone. Who? I don't know. But there's a relationship in this game that I think we haven't figured out yet. They need to put a family tree tab next to profiles. True. So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were. Wait, what? Recall the arrangement of the prints, now compare it to that of the planters. Whoa. Yeah, Gavel gave flowers to him. So it's either like, you're my father, or you're the father— I don't know. Maybe it was a message passed down? Oh, no, I don't want to think that. I was thinking like, maybe he's the father of Sean Fenn, but that would be pedophilia. So Chairman Winner was digging around the front of them? He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winner might have been digging in front of the planters? The note. Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter. You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes? Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant. I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was, which meant he had to try and dig up all 3. I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winner. No, I hope Chairman Winner has to dig holes for the rest of his life. And hopefully fall down them. And die. But why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for? Guess that's the next question. I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now. Right, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night? That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Unless the kid was actually his but adopted by Gavel. I wouldn't mind that. That would be less bad. Now we're going even further back in time. By what, like an hour? Oh, jeez. There's Mr. Alldown in the middle of the planters. And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road. My father based his investigation on the evidence Alldown provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. When the case went to trial, Excelsior's Winner put a big hole in that theory. He did? Yeah. After all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage.
so it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
Huh. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage.
Shh. Detectives busted gut to find evidence on the scene. Then prosecutors come along and twist for their own ends.
Why is the screen green? Because it's a hologram. It's a hologram of what the scene has looked like in the past. Caused by Kay's little thief.
Winner and the guard were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that Gem and Winner was working with the kidnapper?
Your father was convinced that the guard was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator.
Then he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Alldown's message, surely.
Yeah, he must have. Just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about.
Agent Lang's father, Da Long Lang, a trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winner. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. Alright. Rick Houston murder. Actually, no. Was Winner involved? What did Winner dig up? Maybe? Because it's both about Winner? Yes! Okay, I actually doubted that would happen. If Chairman Winner was involved in President Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping. Oh, I get it. You do? You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money. The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility. Glad you agree. Okay. So, money. Okay, we've got these two. I scour the scene and expect anything that catches my attention. This thing. That snowman, it was melted in the simulation on the morning of the murder, and that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes have fallen off. It still looked reasonably healthy at this point, although not entirely. I can see one thing that's missing. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. No, Alldown took it, actually. I think one of the orphans took it. I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. I can deduce that this is Alldown's button! My goodness, right at the end of the evidence. Snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say? Yeah, his right eye. Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it. The button Mr. Alldown was holding! Look at that, it's the same type of button as the other eye and everything! And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? Victim's location, the snowman's location, the president's location. The victim's location? The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if, after being struck, Mr. Alldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself, the snowman? The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling. Well, there comes where your name come from. I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked? I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close. Right, but his footprints only go so far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again. All right, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Alldown's body was found. My goodness, back and forth, back and forth. But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Alldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal? Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Did they change his... The shoes look too big for him. Wait. They're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big.
And the prints match his shoes. They also go, someone swapped shoes! We've established when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the bottom from the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I knew contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms so far. No, skip me. I know why it happened. I know what happened. His shoes are too big. Look at his shoes. They're massive on his feet. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints. Someone swapped shoes with him. They killed him and then they took his shoes. they killed him and then they swapped shoes with him. Oh, jeez. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but these aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. I got it. So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found and they stop right by his feet. But they didn't actually belong to him. So are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back? No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither set belongs to him? Then how did he get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. Ooh! They slimed him for his foams. Yeah. He wasn't involved in the case at all. They just wanted his shoes. Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? I think that's all we've got. Let's cue. Brick used in murder. Body was moved. Maybe? Fuck. I need to reconsider the information at hand. Can we go back again? Hey, can we go back? Switch recreations, please. Back and forth. Oh, I thought that was gonna be slower. I'm glad it is not. Snowman with one eye missing and it comes up to about my shoulder. That's super heavyweight contender. Those kids weren't messing around. There's a bucket for a hat, buttons for eyes, and a nice fluffy muffler, the full snowman uniform, and it looks like it can't wait for me to punch and kick it. Okay! Don't hurt the snowman! What the heck? Snowmen have souls too! You never watched Frozen? Actually, I don't know what year this took place in, so she may not have actually seen Frozen. Now the president looked. All right, we got, oh. Why can we keep looking at them? But it's not saying complete. That's gonna weird me out. We've got the footprints again. Can we really be sure these are Mr. Alldown's footprints? They're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found, but as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks. Okay, we've done this before. Why do we have to repeat these things? The prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain they weren't actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look. I looked! Excuse me, sorry. Mr. Alldown took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here, and then called Rosie Ringer. At which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind, with a brick in their hand, ready to strike. Can we look at the killer? Nope, we can't look at the killer. We can look at the flower. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. Planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before. Yep, we've done
We've done that before. Is this gonna be talk about the lion lily again? If so, I'm gonna commit a crime. Yep. It's the same one. Again. Crime is being committed. Who do I kill? Who wants to get punched in the face? Who wants to be a victim of aggravated assault? I wasn't aware you were knowledgeable when it came to flowers. What I just told you was common knowledge. It needs to be a skip repeated dialogue or something. Yeah. There really does. Burn marks on this pillar. It's gonna be the same burn marks. Again. Where was it again? One of the orphans set a fire with kerosene. Yep. Still don't know how the orphans fired the kerosene. Why? Where can you find kerosene in an orphanage is my question. This is the arch that we've seen before. We know. Since the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past, reheated. Yep, this is... Reheating nachos. We've been there before. I'm getting deja vu. This is... The word is tedious, I believe. The word is tedious. That is what this game is becoming. That's why, like, I get annoyed with the flashbacks, and now I'm getting annoyed with the repeated dialogue. Like, do we have to look at this stuff twice if it has nothing to do with the case? The answer is no. Can we really be sure? Nope, we're doing this again. We're here again. Seems super strong. Could grab the button off the snowman. Wait, what? Precisely, I think we need to look. Do I need to go back in time again? I don't know why we'd go back in time again, but we can do that. I think Mr. Ordown's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I better take a closer look. Okay. Here we go. There's a brick missing! Okay, well there's the murder weapon. We have found the murder weapon. Connect those bricks! Make a wall! Seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Okay. Now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size. And now I think we might be able to connect these two together. Yes. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right, the button came from there and the brick too. Indeed, and what's more, if the murder took the brick from right by the snowman and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Alden would have seen them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Alldown wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman. Gotcha. Alright, here goes. Oh my goodness. This can't be real. What is this? The four-way standoff. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh? Indeed. Everybody who was present is in exactly the same spot. So, where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it? I'm gonna say the button was faked? Okay, the button wasn't faked. And we've proved that Mr. Aldown has to have been standing. Only one of our pieces of evidence can possibly be in the fake. Would the photo have been fake? Like the photo of the kidnapping? Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown? Oh, true. Huh? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body, but why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he was something he saw something he didn't? And then they took the photo to help back up the lie. They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply. Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Aldown's camera, right? Indeed. I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged. Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldown was killed. No way. Oh, getting somewhere. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Aldown thought he saw him being kidnapped? Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left that voicemail too. He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time. This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. Okay. No, I didn't listen! Do I need a reason? Fuck. Okay, no, let me take this. Let me take this. No, if I get it wrong, that means I can listen to the voicemail. Hey, Rosie, I'm guessing you're asleep already. I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another. Damn it, the light's out, so I can't quite see. The light's out. The light is out. You can see, right? He did. Perhaps we can use that to help us figure out where they were standing. Oh, there! The fire! Because the light's out! Recall this statement from Mr. Aldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken. Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned? Sure. There it is, that works better. And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump? To switch between the 2 recreations, I need to first press T to talk with K, and then select Switch Recreations. I'll give it a try later when I need it. Oh, I thought I needed it now. You're telling me I don't need it now? Let me just look at everything else first, I guess. Yes, but if we want to look more closely at this blood, I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered. What are we waiting for? I'm ready when you are. But the fact that they didn't move me immediately makes me think there's something to look at here. Fine, I'll take the jump. They keep telling me to switch, so I'll switch. So this is where Mr. Aldown really met his fate, but he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph, over to the spot between the planters. So the footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back. Yes, I think that tells us something important, that they were left by whoever carried him over there. Okay. Scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. This? Blood on the snow, a lot of it. It certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Alldown was killed over by the snowman, right? We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else. What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Alldown's. Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Wynne? The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small. Do we need to talk to the needle lady and her grandma again? To see if she did the autopsy report again? He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. Alldown's body, and he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that, for sure. Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the records of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. Ugh, so we've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Alldown's clothes were covered with blood too. It does, and if they were, which seems entirely believable, and suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Alldown's body was placed here. I get it, which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Alldown was killed. I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? More contradictions. Can they end? Oh, that's nothing. Footprints here, we have the footprints there, we have the flower again. According to Franziska, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly. She said it symbolizes the pond being painted or tiled. Bestie. It was the bond between parent and child, Kay. Oh, I can deduce something here. What am I supposed to deduce here? The blood wasn't Alldown's. But the blood on the button is his. The moon is trying to blast me through my blinds right now. Oof. Good luck. Good luck. I wear an eye mask almost every night. It's because changes in light, when I started taking my newer antidepressant, I was really sensitive. My sleep was really sensitive. What am I supposed to pick here? So what was this? Blood on the snow. We did. It's somebody else's blood. That trouble he wasn't able to think about it. Clues. You mean luminol. Falsify the record, so look at it. But wait, this says it does, and if they were at switched in, so I believe it says whoever's blood this was, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Alldown's body was placed here, which means that the other person's blood was spilt. I think it does. Doesn't that present something of a contradiction? What contradiction? Is the contradiction the button? Do you want to know what to deduce it with? I'm thinking. I'm not quite there yet. But I'm thinking. It's not this one. Okay, I'm done thinking. Give it to me. Give it to me. What's the contradiction? I don't understand it. The fire? Oh, the snow was melted by the fire, and when did the fire happen? We need to take another look and think about that. Well, they just told me in that bit as well, so you didn't even need to do that for me, but thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. Fire! There's a clear contradiction here. Huh? In the bloodstain? The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire, which means that the blood in question was spilt before the fire started. Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no? If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here...
The kid who lit it might have seen something.
Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winner's version of events.
We need to know more about this fire.
You! Yes, Shifu.
The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away.
Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it.
One more thing.
What is it, Shifu?
Contact my family back in Zhongfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case.
The bloodstain does look weird. This is true.
Wonder what we're gonna find.
I wonder if one of the characters is an orphan? Is there an orphan among the characters here that could have been a part of this? Maybe Gavel?
I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I've remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least of something very much like it.
What?
Looked like it was drawn by a child.
Possibly a child from the orphanage, possibly even the child who set the fire. Edgeworth did it? Was Edgeworth? Edgeworth was an orphan 12 years ago. However, he did get adopted or fostered or something.
Should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away.
Yes, Shifu. Investigation complete. We didn't even make it to full health. Oh, that's not good. So, now the question is, can I end stream now? We're nearly an hour over time. Brought everything the police had on the fire. I was also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and
what kept you, huh? Hand it over.
Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? Bodhidharma Karnas. That's how he's a part of this. That's how he's connected.
This is the picture I remember.
Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident? It sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. And Karnas is in it. How is no one pointing that out?
What now? Look, you'll have to wait, okay?
No! I feel like the man in black! Let him speak! Oh, we're gonna miss a really important piece of evidence because of Lang's a dumbass!
Why do you think my father kept this?
I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation, although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire too?
Sure, here.
You just give me a moment to read through it. What does it say? It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. Okay. Not Gavel. Unless Ace Attorney becomes suddenly 100 times more woke than it is, and they bring in a trans character, but I'm gonna doubt that. And then disappeared several days later.
What? Must have been because he saw something, right?
No, a kid? Really? That's horrible. But sadly not unimaginable.
Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this? But what's it doing in that case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before?
Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind? The toy! I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. That the missing horn from the plush? Yes, it is, Bob.
You've seen it before? Of course. You always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece.
I see. It has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings? You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor.
Hey, you heard the man.
Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away. Here it is, Shifu. Could the guy that wears the suit be from the orphanage? The man in black? I don't think he's involved. I fear he's just a lackey. Because I think he would have a name if he was important in any way. Same with Penny Nichols. I thought Penny Nichols was the murderer, but the fact that she just gets called assistant and crew member makes me think that she's just here to be a callback cameo to a previous game. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? Oh, it does. I was meaning the bull suit. Will Powers? Once again, he was in a previous game. He's been a recurring character throughout basically all 3 of the previous games, like the original trilogy. So I think once again, he's just there as a cameo.
Any more recordings on there?
Hi, Deejin. Sorry, President Wang. It's me, Amelie. Well, now there's another woman. Now we have Widowmaker involved. Amelie Lacroix from the hit Game of the Year 2016 Overwatch. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to.
Turn it off right...
It is Gavel! Wait. It's gotten into Judge Gavel. Are you okay?
Just turn it off, please.
You see, I had a baby, a beautiful little boy, you're... I didn't want to think it.
No.
Well, this is officially the darkest Ace Attorney game of all time. Let's go back 12 years. I don't want to, but let's. She's 26. 12 years ago, she was 14. 13 years ago, which is the age of this kid, she was 13. He was 58. 13 years ago, he was 43. Sorry, 45. We have a pedophile. Holy shit. Someone call that guy that does To Catch a Predator. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean! Sean Fenn, it has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Oh no. Oh, this is awful. Chris Hansen, that's his name. I can't believe they've done this. This got real sick real fast. Unless... Horse schlep, true. Unless her name, her current name, Verity Gavel, isn't the only thing she's faked. I'm holding out onto the tiniest bit of hope here that she's faking her age somehow. But I don't have much faith in that.
No.
Sean Fenn?
The kid? And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Oh. Oh my gosh. The breath of relief that I just let out of my body. The original theory is true, she adopted him. Amelie was the one that gave birth to him. I assume Amelie died. And she took him in. Oh my goodness. Like, actual dodged bullet. Like, it was a millimeter from hitting an artery in my heart, you know? Like, oh my goodness. Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him. And he was aware of this? Yes, of course. That was a missile, not a bullet. True! His mother, Amelie Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins. Oh my goodness. But we were also friends. The best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. So when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Okay, but now the question is, how old was Amelie? You two were cousins and best friends. How old was she? If you were 13, how old was the cousin? The bullet, the missile is coming back. The missile missed me, but now it's turning around. It's a boomerang. It's coming back in. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. But I decided that the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Yes, Sean? You're sure? He was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhongfa. Okay, so... Okay, probably an adult then. Probably an adult if she worked a job as a diplomat overseas. The missile has exploded. The missile has hit the ocean. Far, far away from me. I have cousins that are old enough to be my parents, so it's possible. Oh yeah, it is possible. But for cousins to be also best friends, it felt like the missile was coming back. But I am the youngest of my cousins by about 12, 13 years. I'm actually closest in age to my cousin's son, who is maybe a couple of years younger than me. My mother was the youngest sibling, well, one of the youngest siblings in her family, and she had me at quite late in life, considering. So that's why I'm so far away in age from all of my cousins, and I'm closer in age to my cousins' children. Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomat service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her. Sorry, Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. Holy shit. I'll bet that was Chairman Winner's doing. Though sadly, we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. Then she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean. I hope Sean gets so much therapy. Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over. You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying. Oh, that didn't work at all. You tried, Kay. Listen, this boy has already lost a mother and has never known his father. Until the father worked on a movie with him, but that's whatever. I think kids like that are always going to mature quicker, or at least feel like they have matured quicker, when in reality, no, they haven't. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone, but also that you were alive and well. More than well. But It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavelle was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean too. That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Poor baby. Should have needed to offer him a fresh milk. True. I would also agree if they offered me fresh milk. Shifu! I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there the whole time. Can I wait? They sent something else from Zhongfa. President Wang's will? What? The president's will, huh? Oh my goodness, I remember. We don't need a flashback. I know he has the will. I know the will is here. We don't... I'm going to die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I don't need this. Can the stream end? Why is it a scroll? Why is the will a scroll? What? This is... What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Oh, shit! Sean's name appears in the president's will? And we're certain that the document is authentic? That President Wang wrote it himself? Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. Exactly, it looks like a prophecy scroll. Looks like the one that's a mirror, like in Kung Fu Panda. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir, and yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. That's that, I guess. Still quite can't believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wang's son. Boom, bang, wapa, pow! Well, the fact it's the murdered person's will, it does affect the case. Oh, and Sean's run. Now we're gonna have to go find him again, huh? He's gonna get kidnapped a second time. We done? Oh my goodness. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're free. We have a runaway son. Oh my gosh. Oh, he didn't run far. Can I? Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Exit game. Shit. No, no. Well. No, I want to exit the game. Don't save. Exit game. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. No, snooze the ad.
An ad was gonna start in 21 seconds, chat. I clutched that out. Holy. Oh my goodness, wait, wrong screen. Is this the second time in the last 4 weeks we have ended on to be continued on a child running away? Yes, actually, because Kay did it earlier, didn't she? This is true. This is true. This is true. Oh, shit. Give me... Oh, okay. Never mind. All fine. All right. So we dodged several bullets and then got hit by several missiles. And this is potentially one of the most tedious cases of all time. But I mean, I'm hooked. I'm hooked. I'm gonna finish it. But holy hell is it long. Goodness gracious. All right. Let's find somebody to raid. Shall we? Let's find... Oh my goodness, Dano's live. Dano is almost never live when I'm live, so I almost never get to raid him. I'll raid him today. Unless I've raided him within the last 30 days, and I don't remember. As always, this was a great stream. Thank you, Sanic. Let's check Dano. Have I raided him in the last 30 days? I haven't. All right. Let's get that raid. He's playing some Tomodachi Life. I'm currently looking at a Tomodachi Life SpongeBob. So that's fun. All right. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming to the stream. Thank you for the resubs. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the love. Thank you so much, Sanic Fan, again for the game that you gifted me on Steam. I appreciate it so, so much. We will be sending a lot of our love over to Dano today. So this is the raid message for followers, and this is the raid message for subscribers. We have a new raid message. It's based on both the Zephyr and Berry part of my name instead of just the Berry. And it is also based on the... it's based on the chant that Team Rocket have in Diamond and Pearl. On the wind, past the stars, in Urea is the official line, but I turned it into a raid message because I've been watching that series a lot and I've got it on the brain. What else have we got? You can join the Discord to vote in the community day. Gmod Prop Hunt is kind of winning by a landslide, but your vote could change it. Or it could not change it, and you also vote for Gmod Prop Hunt. You can also follow me on my various socials, see clips and things. But hey, next stream will be Slime Rancher, and I hope I see you all then. Have a good night, everyone.